Okay. Okay. So this should be the Stanley Parable, the Ultimate Deluxe Edition that came out last year. Screen and subtitle language. Well, I think English should be fine. Have I played it before? No, I have not. I have seen footage of it. I watched Markiplier play through it, but I don't think that counts, so no. The computer is very... I always like my brightness to be up. But just this time, just this once, I guess I could possibly maybe just keep it normal. That should be fine. The current time, oh goodness. It's like 11:19. That's... I mean, if I wait a little bit, I'll get that 11:20 p.m. So let me just wait just a tiny little bit to get the most accurate time frame. Alright, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Woo-doo. 5 seconds. And I'd say right about now. Yep, 11:20. Please say speak. Okay, so I could change the time frame to where I could skip 10 years because I know that that's an achievement. Ultra Deluxe, yeah. Camera sensitivity. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. Transition needles. Oh, this is stuff for... Okay, like... For right now, we'll just begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Actually, it's a story of a guy named Bernard.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Okay.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Yeah, working hard.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Even holidays?
Others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
If you say so.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
What if I don't? What if I just, what if I don't? What if I just, look at these filing cabinets? What if I... Can I crouch? Can I jump? Oh my gosh, I can type. I hear that. I'm hitting a button. I'm hitting the X button. It's making noises. I'm not looking at a computer, but it sounds like I'm typing away. You can't jump. I got an achievement for no... I can't jump. Oh, okay. This is crouch. Okay. I'm gonna hide under my desk until the orders arrive. I hate Mondays. I don't know if there is an achievement for just staying in your office. Is that an ending? I don't know if people know. I don't know. I can't remember. If I just stay here for a certain amount of time, do I get something? You can't jump. Who do you think you are, Mario? Sometimes I wish I was. I am excited for that movie, though. I don't care what everyone says. Oh, come on. There's got to be an achievement, right? Hold on, I'm gonna... I gotta be able to... I gotta figure this out. It's gotta be possible. Oh, hey, Romeo. It is me. Is there ending in Stanley Parable for staying in office? Oh, I need to close the door. So he just sees I'm just an idiot. Oh my! How do I close the door? Oh, there we go.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by?
Oh
He no
wow,
longer
time's
had
moving
the
fast,
ability
boys.
to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh, the end is never the end. What?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Oh wait, no, no, no,
What if
no,
he
no,
had
no,
to
no,
make a
no.
decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under
I
his
can't.
responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This
I
couldn't
was.
go any way except badly. The thing
I
to
can't
do
open
now,
the
Stanley
door.
thought to himself, is to wait.
No, I don't want to do
No.
this. Hold on. Can I? Sure, we'll quit the menu then and just load up. Begin. Okay. I don't know if that I don't know. Alright. I locked myself in a little bit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
You don't know
Stanley
your
decided to go
coworkers.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I know there's a way to get through one of these windows or something. Okay. Is there a 420? Yes, there is a 420. Let
Stanley
me
went
in.
around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Shut up. This advances the story. What does that say? So what does that say? Access to surname? I don't know. The end is never the end. The end is.
When
Oh,
Stanley
no.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No, I'm staying. Fuck you.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Yep, that's exactly what we're gonna do. Hello. There's a wrench. I might want to take
It was
that.
baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
All right.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing?
Yep.
Why?
Because
Please
I
offer
want
me
to.
some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I like getting a reaction out of you. This little broom. This is Broomy. He's my best friend.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right?
Yes, there is. I
If I'd
chose
said
Broomy as my best
Stanley
friend.
walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
But this
I never
is
would have thought to mention it.
this is the broom for the broom closet, though. That makes it important.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Okay, that's
he
uncalled
probably
for.
only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Okay,
that or
that's...
with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Shut up. I do not. I just like my broom. And I like my, broom.
Well, I've come
nice.
to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Oh my gosh. No, I've been replaced with another person, and the other person just wants to mess with the room. The broom closet. They just keep dying, get replaced by people obsessed with the broom closet. Over and over again. It's an endless cycle. I'll give it a couple more seconds. If he doesn't say anything, then I'll leave. Okay, well, I think that's fine.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
What if I go back in?
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. Fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay. I go back. No? Okay. Fine. Okay, I'll be back. Ooh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'll follow the story for now. Might as well. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say that's a lovely purse. Is this what Joe Chill said to Martha and Thomas Wayne before he murdered them and created Batman? Is that what happened? I don't... Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. Where's the newly opened oh. Hello? Oh.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Probably something about the Matrix. Like,
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
But I also see escape. Fine. This is the actual Matrix, guys. Like, not like whatever people talk about online. I'm talking about like the actual like movie Matrix. It's all a game.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I guess so. Let's find out.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature.
Oh, which one was I? 427?
Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
It was over there.
Co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
There I am, 427. I'm 427. That's employee 427. Let's see if it changes. Yeah, that's my office. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I can move here now. Can I run? No.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I guess so. Like I would know.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I don't know a lot. I feel like that happens to a lot of people. It's possible. Oh, no.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Well...
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Yeah, that did happen. I was pretty, like, did my game crash for a moment? I thought that maybe it crashed.
He had won. He had defeated the machine. unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Bye. Okay.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Well, the narrator just still controls it. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe this is all kind of... Oh, I beat the game. Oh, well, goodness gracious, guys. This has been a short live stream, but that's the end. That's Stanley Parable. We played the game. Honestly, I was kind of expecting a little bit more, but, it is what it is. I think it was a good game. Had some interesting ideas, but, it's the end of the game. So I'll see you all in the next live stream. Okay, fine.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yeah, shut up.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set
I'm
of
going
two
back to the
open
broom closet.
doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
There's the broom closet.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay. Come on. I want to... Okay, there we go. Broomy! Okay, nice to see you. Okay, let's go back to the story.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What was the code again? Like 4853.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
Wait, this is different.
But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Well, then let's just leave.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
We'll go with a couple different endings. We can get different endings. I could say I could turn the system on this time. Or I could go escape. I'm gonna do all of it, I guess.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
How
Each
long
bore
does
the
this
number
go?
of an employee
596
in the building,
employees.
Stanley's co-workers. The
Not
lives
too
of so
shabby.
many individuals reduced to images on a
I
screen.
wonder why
And
596.
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yeah.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's
Where did that
control
come
all
from?
this time? Was this the only reason
Where
he
is
was
all that
happy with
coming
his
from?
boring
It's really
job?
weird.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Okay,
It was
have fun.
unthinkable. Wasn't
Thank you for
it?
joining me, Bree.
Was it even
You have
possible?
wonderful sleepies.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I don't know about that, but
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
let's turn this bad boy on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Oh,
After they
I'm
kept
sorry.
you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
I don't know.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the
What?
machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance
What?
of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Dang it.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control
know what I'm
wrested
doing.
away
I don't-
from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only
I could-
34 seconds left. But I'm
34
enjoying this so
specifically.
much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious
How do I reset the
additional
system?
seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't
I know there's
grow
gotta be a
on
way,
trees.
right?
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to
Shut up.
screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this
Okay.
door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley?
I don't
That this
know,
video
because
game
it's
can
there.
be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler.
I'm gonna try red, yellow, blue, green.
That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action
Dang it,
moving
okay.
along.
Red,
It's
red,
just
oh, come on.
seconds ticking
I was
away
gonna,
to your death.
come
You're
on,
only
or
still
like red,
playing instead
yellow,
of
blue,
watching
green,
the
that's probably
cutscene
gonna work.
because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
Oh,
This
Lord.
is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Why aren't you just selfish?
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
Oh, crap.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me,
shut up.
I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Well, that hit the spot. Well, we got that ending. Super fun. Whoop-de-whoop.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
I'm
mean?
dead.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This time we're going to go for the broom closet again. I'm pretty sure it's going to be...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're going to try that, but afterwards we're going to go to the escape. Let's try
Yet
some
there was
escaping.
not a single person here either.
That sounds like fun.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, no more broom closet. No, no, no. Oh, my favorite. Oh, we
Coming
could
to a
also go
staircase,
down.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
5 was the last one.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley
Was
froze
it like
in his tracks. Not a
2845 or
living
something like that?
soul anywhere. Could he
2845?
really be all alone? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
You. Oh my gosh. Okay. Look,
Feeling
I'm...
soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay, I get it. You didn't want me to skip your narration, but I've heard it twice, so you know I'm good. I want to see what the escape is, and then we can go downstairs. So many choices, and we only going left.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nah.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Can I go back? Maybe that convinces me.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Yeah, oh wait, never mind. I actually want to go to an escape.
Nope. Still on board with death?
I'm gonna go on board with death, guys. I've had enough for one life. Let's do it. I mean, my inevitable death is everywhere.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Are you going to believe them?
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Well, I mean, I trust him to an extent because I have no one else to trust. I mean, it's either let's trust him or not know anything. Did I escape? What the heck? Oh. What is...
As the machine whirred
Well, I
into
trust you,
motion,
of course.
and Stanley
If you told
was
me to do something,
inched
I trust you.
closer and closer to his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh, this is it. Oh no, do not worry about what's happening. I think I'm worried.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
What? Oh! Well, thank you, Thomas, for saving me. What? What? What?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
So what is this, the narrator's narrator? What?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
It's a museum. Oh, it's kind of like the thing at the end of the Benny the Ink Machine. Okay, I get it. I'm smart. I know what I'm doing. And here are the two left and right, but it's not kind of completed. If I complete more endings, will it become more completed? That'd be pretty cool. Does this room become more full with more endings? Is that something that's true? Maybe I should find the first one. Four, three, one. What in the world? What is this? Warzone. Wait, what? Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game world would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Oh, really? People really thought that much about it? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have minded it. I thought it'd be funny. What? Think you are gay. Are you gay? No. Some people are though. I don't. Why are we? Oh, gender for previous Stanley game is a work of art and a standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art, which I'm eager to see a sequel, prequel, standalone. Oh, okay. Sandpaper have infinite quests. How many endings? The Sandpaper is really going to let me go shopping. I hope it. Oh, these are letters from fans. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for the promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Huh. Interesting. What in the world is that? Apartment timer. Previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending. Your timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Well, now I know that. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways following the first two doors was important to get right, since players have only played them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that was okay. What? What? Huh? What is this? Zending model? The Zending. went through many iterations. This room represented the fourth version of the ending, and we thought it was complete. I decided to abandon and change the story. I love how I got this way too early. I really should have. They really expected me not to. Right on, 4 major tier traders, the first one. Oh, that's cool. I don't need to watch that, though. I don't... What? I was introduced to this way too soon. There's the monitor room elevator. I remember we did that. But... Oh, it's my office. Oh, wonderful. What about... Is there a way out? That I know of, I don't know. I don't know how to get out of here. I don't... Is there a self-destruct button? I don't know. Office clock. The boss's office. The lounge.
Stood on the roof.
What?
Then he pushed the number 4.
You already the voice of the never recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. Music clips earlier takes that were not used in the final
Then he
game.
pushed the number 8.
Oh, that's kind of cool. How do I get out of here, guys? Do I have to restart the game by myself? What do I... Is there a button I can press? Wait. Exit. There we go.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Anything else you want to say before I pull the switch? Going once, going twice. Okay.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Well, that's
No,
kind of the
perhaps
dynamic,
not.
yeah.
Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
It's not like I actually visually see it. I'm just saying that, you know, it's
Listen
kind
to
of...
me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game.
Oh, they know
As
I'm
you
playing on a
move forward,
PlayStation.
You'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now, and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Ooh. Ooh. Interesting thought. But I get how they will need each other. They're the two lead characters of the game. The whole dynamic works if they both exist with each other. The moment one
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
I do too. How do I know there's a way to get through that. I just don't know how to jump. I don't know why I can't jump. I know at one point there was a way to jump. I just don't know what that is. So we did the escape. So now we gotta do the
When Stanley
downstairs.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Jump, circle.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
Circle
of
doesn't do anything
disbelief,
from right
Stanley
now.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an
I'll
answer
try it
there.
again when we
Coming to a
restart.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ooh, what is that? Why won't it let me pick that up?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh,
Then
okay.
he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought,
Oh my gosh, this is going really meta.
This voice spoke to all people in their dreams. The truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Oh, get a little warbly there, narrator. What?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
He probably had a cerebral hemorrhage or something, goodness.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
What? What is this game? I don't know what to make of that. Wait, that's different. Wait, this is different. What? This is different. What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This is different. Wait. What am I supposed to do here? This is obvious. This was. What am I? Do I go left again? What do I? Do I try to do the same thing again? Guys, hello, people? What viewers? I don't know. I'm too indecisive. I don't want to have to go through all of that again. I mean, it's a fun little like segment, but there's no way. Go right? Thomas says to go right. Alright, I'll go right. I trust him.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay, I can do that. I can totally do that.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I hear a ticking noise, but I'm going to leave. It's okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
What? Do I take that door? Am I okay to freely make choices again, or is this like a once in a... I'm kind of interested in whatever this might be. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Thomas, tell me what to do. Thomas, I need you to tell me what to do. You seem to know what we're doing. That looks interesting. So does whatever the hell that is. Please, Thomas, do something. Tell me. Tell me what to do. The elevator. So this looks like an elevator. This is what you mean? Because that has a lever. It could be an elevator, I guess. You're gonna be more specific. All right, am I going left or am I going straight? Yes, that's not. Am I going left or am I going straight? I don't know. Left. Okay, let's go left then. Okay.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, an elevator. Okay. Well, thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much. Because I don't know what I'm doing.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Okay, so I guess I have to. Okay. Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
That kind of scared me. Okay.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Oh, wait.
It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I just go this way then.
No,
Well-
no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Oh, we're back to normal. Okay, interesting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I hope I went
Stanley
the right
decided
way.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I guess I'll go right again and see what other options I've got.
When
Wait,
Stan-
what?
Wait.
What?
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything
What?
should be...
What?
Change.
What is
Stanley,
happening?
did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
The story somewhere, or...
I was just
Hold
listen.
on.
Okay, look.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just
I
a
was
minute ago.
blame
I know
Thomas.
for
Thomas
sure
told me
I've
what to
seen
do. It was all
somewhere.
him. Okay, don't get
Okay,
mad at
then.
me.
It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Guy, it's like what? Can I go through here? I would love. Dang it. Okay. Which? Ooh, that looks. Where? What? What? Which way do I go? So many options. Not enough answers. Does it matter where I go? Because if so, I'm probably gonna go here. I'm probably gonna go here. If it doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter. If it does matter, I'll listen to you, Thomas.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, okay, so it didn't actually matter. It just... Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, no.
Okay,
Oh.
yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Whatever you... Oh, hey, there's a... Okay, okay. Okay. This sounds normal.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes.
How do you say your channel's name? I pronounce it Bernard.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
I pronounce it Brennurk. Bryn as in Brenda and Irk as in irksome. Brennurk. It's unique enough that hopefully when you look it up you don't get anything else but my content, which was kind of the point. What? Just love this game. Yeah, I'm liking it. I don't know what to do with it. Why can't I? Okay.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this
I
the
don't
story?
either.
I don't think so.
I don't
can't
know.
quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
How would I know?
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So,
No,
good
I have not
job.
seen a bucket. I have not seen a bucket. No.
Oh,
No bucket for
don't
me.
feel about this at all. We
But I
both
did
know
win.
You didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Yes, I
Some
did.
people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Okay.
I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just
Trademark.
follow the line. How simple is
Trademark. They trademarked the line. We don't want any corporations stealing our line. Wait, what? That can't be right.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Yep.
Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by
How
the
does he
act of
disobey him? I
moving
think it goes back to
forward,
the normal
are we
story.
implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
What is it? Yes. What? 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 What was that? Did you see that glitch?
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh my gosh. Alright.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people,
You invented
right?
it.
Why can't we make up our own story? Something
You-
exciting, daring, mysterious.
what?
Oh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay. How could the line betray us like that? I don't know how it did
Yes,
either.
this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our
We're
story
going in
to
circles.
be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Let's go
Oh,
to the
no,
ninth
not you
dimension.
again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Well, maybe we should have like a story about going to the ninth dimension and saving the generations from the evil monkey man. You know, SpongeBob and Patrick tried to do that once. I hear it was pretty tough.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay.
Okay.
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
Is it
And
raining?
since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another
These little
victory for
monkeys ran
logic.
and saved the eighth
Come,
dimension.
Stanley.
Yeah, you're right.
Our destiny awaits.
Okay, fine. What?
Oh, hold up. What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game what, eight times? That's really how all this goes?
Bookstore, get bored and leave, never
determined?
restarts the game.
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
So there was no choice. There's 2 doors. Oh my gosh.
Okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What? Oh, that was fun.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
What? Well, wait. I wanted to finish all the old content too. What is happening? I don't know. I'm so not good with these like choice things because I always want to get. I'm such a completionist.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Jumps.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Okay.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
I don't know how I feel about. Oh. What?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Or, oh, there we go.
Jump
right,
circle.
finally,
What's a jump
last,
circle?
It's on to the
I am hitting
content.
circle
I've
and nothing
never
is happening.
been more ready. Let's do it.
The circle button has done nothing for me.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
What? Oh my gosh. What?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
What? Oh my gosh, we'll be here forever. Don't waste it. What do you mean, don't waste it? I thought the whole point was that I... Oh. I'm an idiot. I thought this was like a challenge. It's like you have to jump 36 times. You can meet the jump circle. What? what, more than, let me see, I bet you this is more than once. Hold on, let me go and look up what you just said. More times, okay. Well, apparently, I thought it was gonna be like, oh,
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
well,
If
it
this
depends
is
on
new
who you
content,
ask.
then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
You've got a Timber narrator. Thank you for joining.
That's it?
Your content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm
What?
infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, well, I don't really have a choice, do I? So if I... Oh. What? This is... Well, I was gonna say, like, if I go back, do I... Like, if I redid this, right, I go back to the jumping, so I get more jumps, right? If I don't jump, do I save those jumps after I reset?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
But there's cool stuff over there. I'm trusting you, you little narrator. Crap, no, there's no going back.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October
that's
of
how I'm playing it.
2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
So this is like a museum 2.0, okay. A bench that I can't sit on, okay.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
This is such
It
a
was
parody.
literally every game
Oh my gosh.
ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
no games at all.
You need to
It
shut
isn't
up.
even the Stanley
Shut
Parable
up.
anymore.
It's not that bad.
It's
Oh my
just
god.
a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh my gosh, Nero. This is such a parody of how people shit on remakes and redos and reduxes and rehydrates and whatever. Anytime they remake something, it's never good enough. There's always a complaint that it's just never going to be as good as the original, even though sometimes it really is. And it's bullcrap. It's just like this game in and of itself is literally the same thing as the Stanley Parable, just with extra content. Even if the extra content isn't good, it's literally just the same stuff but more. So I don't know how that makes it less of an experience. I don't know. It doesn't make no sense to me. But what do I know? No, there was a downstairs. I'm gonna have to go through all this
Here's
again just to
another
see.
moving passage, this time
Hold
from
on, I gotta sneeze.
GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices
Okay,
I've ever
I'm back.
been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
Shut
It
up,
didn't
it was
need
not-
anything else. It
I mean,
didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation, boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Don't do it again. There's nothing there. Are you sure there's nothing there? It sounds like there's nothing. There's something there. I bet you there was something down there. I bet you there was something real good down there.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
See?
But I wouldn't give to go back to have
Look at
it
this.
all over again.
Look at all
Wait.
this.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
This is a whole
What's this?
thing.
What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Well, all right. Well, another one.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button.
You know, that's not actually a bad.
Well, yes. Yes, I think
I
we can
think
do
that's
that.
actually
If
pretty
I'm truly
reasonable.
too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and
But
it's
we're
always
sinking.
been my motto.
Or no, we're not. That's
I'd do
raising.
anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, you could skip, like, lines if you've already done it before, like, so that you don't have to wait if you're trying to, I don't know, speed run it, or if you're trying to just get to a different ending.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years. Until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until
It has
so
to
much
end.
more than forever ago?
It has to end
which is
eventually.
why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you. And
Okay, so it repeats. I was about to say, it's like, it can't...
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of
I don't
course,
really
you
think
need a
it was,
description of
but...
it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say,
What?
if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue
Okay,
of the fact
yeah,
that you both
that's just...
are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Disaster?
All right, here we go.
What?
Treatise,
You're not...
manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
This is a repeat.
Treatise.
Okay, I get it.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption,
I really want to
it's
just
right at
skip
your
it,
fingertips to go, poof, and it's all over.
but I don't want to miss the content. I don't have to go
can't
through all
wait
this
to see
again if
what
I don't have
Cookie
to.
Nine will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
What? Well, now he's stopped. Okay.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's
Really?
not unendurable by any means, but well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How
Actually,
else
I
would
do
we
agree
have
with
gotten
that.
into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
Oh, hell yeah, let's do
Is there
that.
any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option
okay.
at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button, please.
I'm gonna press this. I'm gonna press it. I'm gonna press it. I'm gonna press it. I'm gonna press the skip button.
Wait here for me, and don't.
I press the skip button.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley.
Well, what do you plan to do about it?
And
The button.
And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
I'll be. Stanley, you're back. Oh my goodness! I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Holy crap.
I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak.
Oh my gosh, this is
And
getting
you'd think
dark,
that's
literally
just
and
how
figuratively.
it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed.
I want to press
not
it
the
again.
outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction.
That's some
Was I
good character
scared
development.
of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I...
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin
Oh my
with,
gosh.
there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
Yeah,
And when
yeah, I
that
know.
feeling had begun to
okay.
subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously.
Oh really?
I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space
Really?
without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to
really?
exist along all timelines,
Get that
and that
character
each of them
development, huh?
was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and
Yeah, that's
infinite.
real interesting, but I'm
For
gonna
the
pass.
longest time, this was my experience.
Hello? 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 Oh my gosh, I think he died. I think he might have died. I don't know how that's possible, but I don't know, maybe the narrator kicked the bucket. Okay. What is that? Should have saved my jumps, I guess. What is that? Oh, it's up there. What is that? Was that always there? Oh, screw that. I ain't listening to that forever.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But
This has been a little bit fun, actually. What? I mean, I get it. He's angry. It's reasonable, but I get the gist of what he's saying. He doesn't have to ramble on this much. I get the point.
the end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Hello? Are you still with us, narrator? I hear something dripping. The end is never the end. What is that dripping? How long have I been in this room? Oh. Oh, that's a lot of water, actually. This place is Gonna get mildewed. Let's see what happens then. Yeah, look at that. There's the mildew. You know, it gets kind of structural collapse. But there's no exit. Ugh. If I wait long enough, all this will be gone. If I wait long enough, there'll be an opening. Yes, see, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. If only I saved my jump buttons. If only I saved my jump buttons. If only I knew to do that. Maybe I could jump out. I could probably just wait some more. Wait until the walls erode. Oh, that's cool. You know, nature, all that. Okay. Yep. Okay, come on. Come on. It is pretty, but you know, we gotta get to where we can actually get out. Oh, what? Oh no, guys! I think the alternates, skinwalkers. I think they took over. Apocalypse, analog horror. It all happened. That's what that looks like. Yeah, it's a little scary. Still waiting for an opening though. I have to keep pressing until they let me out. That's not good. Oh hey, I got a way out. See, broken? Can I still press you? No. Okay, it's broken. Good. Oh. Whoa. Oh man. We're like in Survivor now, boys. Oh man, we're in the middle of the desert with no resources. It's like we're going to be playing rap today, boys. And girls, of course. Well, that at least looks different. Let's see what this is all about. Sand. Oh. Okay. Oh. So we finally got out of that. Okay. I wonder what would have happened if I went to the other area. You know, I didn't have to go to the vent. Did I?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Right.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Right. New content. New content? But there's so much old content that I haven't caught up on yet. Fine.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Alright. If you say so. More elevator, okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Super ultra deluxe?
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Can I jump? Nope.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
What is this commentary on sequels? I mean, I get it. Like, if I was thinking about making a Stanley Parable 2, I mean, there shouldn't be a sequel. It doesn't need a sequel. Unless, the only good thing I think a sequel would do is that if there was a new type of game content, like if it wanted to branch out and be like Scream. Stanley Parable was like Scream for, Scream is like, talking about the horror franchise and its own story. Stanley Parable talks about gaming and its own.
Here we are. Go on.
Wait.
Try out some of the new features.
Reassurance bucket. Hey! The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Well, the other person who was here talked about the bucket, and I do want to go to the bucket, but I also really want to see what they say my name is. Because they're probably just going to look at my profile and just say whatever that is, I guess.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Thomas says no. Wait, that means that if it's not going to name out like my name, which I think is Jake Rooster, it's an old name. I've always been trying to change it to Bernard, but I think that costs money, so I don't want to do that. But if not that, you know what it's going to be? It's going to just say Stanley. Your name is Stanley.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here,
imagine if your name really was Jim.
As Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
Okay,
here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Okay.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
I get it. Shut up.
Sleeping and waking as Jim. Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim. Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim. And as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
What's up, guys? It's Jim, back with another Jimmy Boy Plays the Game. Today we're at the Stanley Parable 2, and we're going to see if the button really knows the real name of the player. Now, of course, my gamer tag is Jimmy Boy, and if it just says it, I'm going to be a little disappointed. But if it does just say Jim, I'm going to be pretty freaked out.
Jim.
Whoa!
What a thrill!
Good God!
It was you! The button described you. Do it again.
I must have been hallucinating.
Jim.
Whoa!
It's even harder the
No
second
way!
time. If this were
The games are taking over, my lads.
Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Oh my gosh, I love it. What? How did I even...
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2.
What is
that would
this?
actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
What? Epilogue? Well, I don't want an epilogue. I'm going back to that, but I want to see the other things. So let's see. There's the bucket, because it doesn't say the, yeah. Office decorations. Please no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration. like balloons, but I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, niece, it is.
But that sucks. Like, I mean, it's kind of funny, but I think it's more funny because anyone can. I think just what everyone relates to the get well card, and it's just get well someday. It's just like I don't actually care, but I went out of the way to get a card like I do care. It's just got a little
Or
funny.
actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh my gosh, it's the jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Now I've got to do it all over again. I got to do it all over again just so I have my... Okay. It's okay. The exit's blocked off, that's fine. I do want to get to the... Let's see what these trophies are. Collect them all.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What do I... Well... I guess I just go for the center, I guess. There's something there. It must be that trophy he was talking about. Well, that would have been cool, I guess. Look at that. There's 5 more? Wait. Are there actually 6?
God,
what happens if I get all
it's
6?
the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I probably needed my jumps to get all those 6, probably. I bet you that's really what's they're gonna be like. It's like, oh, you wanted to get all 6 and get the potential reward, or just the satisfaction of being completing it. Well, too bad. You spent all your jumps because you didn't know what it was for.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I want to try it. Give me that bucket. Makes me think of the War of the Bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Yep.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Let me go on my bucket. Thank you. I've got a bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really
I don't know,
should be
but
an award if it isn't already.
You know what? I kind of agree. go to the epilogue, I guess. Do you want a bucket?
Epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Infinite hole? I want to do that. Free trophy, infinite hole. Settings world. I want to go to that infinite hole. I will drop the bucket into the infinite hole. I'm assuming that this whole like extra content, like they thought about making a sequel, and they came up with a couple of like these little ideas right here, but you know, it just didn't lead anywhere. So it's a couple of like ramble ideas with no real story or meaning or art. And they're like, well, let's just slap it onto an Ultra Deluxe.
Here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
No! I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to go back to the World Campaign.
You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Look, oh my gosh, it really does keep going. At what point does...
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
All right, that's fair. That's going once, going twice. Anyone want to say anything about it? Nope.
Great.
Okay.
Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
No, but there was the World Campaign. I didn't know. How was I to know? Mostly infinite. Oh wait. Oh, I'm just going back. Okay. Okay, I can deal with that. Okay, I thought that I was having to move on to a new chapter. I was like, no, wait, I didn't finish looking around. I'm an idiot. Please forgive my stupidity. Go inside the hole again? Can I go to the world thing first? I don't want to miss out. Okay, Thomas, I'm going to trust you. Can I go back to the world thing if I go back into the hole? I want it because there's this thing. There's this settings world champion that I really want to go to because I don't know what it is. Well, it's locked. Okay, yeah, we'll just jump down the hole again. Yep, sounds good. You're right, Thomas. I'm wrong. I'm an idiot. What? That's new. Is that new? I thought this was just the epilogue. Yeah, it's not new. Okay, we'll go back and jump down the infinite hole again. Now it says mostly infinite hole. I do like that they changed it. That's pretty Free new and easy trophy. Ooh, wait, I do want to see that. Whatever that may be. Okay, Thomas, I'll leave it up to you. I'm going to leave it up to you. Do I go back to the hole, or do I go get the trophy? Hole, trophy. Hole, trophy. We may end up doing both, but I don't know. I really don't like things like this, especially when I have to make choices, because I realize that I can't easily go back. You want to go for the trophy? Okay, we'll go for the trophy then.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature.
No,
Gamers,
fuck you, no.
we hear
What?
you, and I promise it will happen.
No, you did not. It's so close. I could jam it. I want to, like, my arm actually feels tingly the more I press it. I want to, like, physically grab it and try to, like, force it open. That's probably really unhealthy to, like, have that impulse. But I just want to just, like, grab the hand and just rip it down. Either it's breaking or I'm getting a trophy, and either or I'm fine with as an outcome. I want my trophy. You can't just toy with me like this. I'm a human being. Oh my gosh, that pisses me off. Okay. I see how it is. It's whatever. I'm gonna go back to the hole and I'm gonna jump down it like a weirdo.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I think that might be it. I think we need to... but we can go back to the hole, because, Thomas told us to, and we listen to Thomas like he's our god. Or they, or she, or I don't know, just assume, we're just assuming that Thomas is the god. Okay, let's go down the hole again.
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Okay. Sounds good, but let me just real quick...
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
It's so sad that it's such a small, hole and I still have to teleport back. Wait.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean...
Yeah.
I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked
No,
for.
no,
It's
you
a
don't.
win for everyone.
No, you
get
don't.
to be with the
No,
hole.
no, no.
I get to do literally anything else.
No.
Take care, Stanley.
You need
I hope
me to
you and the
listen.
hole
You.
have a wonderful rest of eternity.
No, 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 no. You need me to listen to you. You need me to listen to your stupidity. Oh my god. I really could have used a jump right about now. I could have used a jump. I could have used a jump right about now. Yeah, you hear how fast I'm typing? You hear how fast I'm clicking that button? You'll have a great time in there. The hell I will. Look at me. I got... Every pause button is Roman numeral 2. Oh, we're getting deeper. Okay. Well, while you do that, I'm gonna... I can't read that. It's too far away. My eyesight's good, but I can't. It's too tiny. Help me, narrator! My bucket! Oh, my bucket will give me comfort. My bucket will give me comfort. My bucket will give me comfort. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. The dramatic dawn. Oh my gosh, that's me? Looks pretty average. Perception.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using.
What is this? Oh. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, so if I do it like this, I would never know. See all these, computer backgrounds. Okay. I'm sorry, what? Is he upside down? Yeah.
Stanley!
What?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
What? What? No, no, no. I don't want this to happen again. Wait, how do I get out of this? I don't. What? Oh. Oh, we're back.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Can I actually get those collectibles? Or do I need the jump for that? I mean, it just said that there's no reward, but I think it would kind of be interesting, right? Thomas, do I need to get all these collectibles? I could look up a guide if I need to. I mean, it sounds like it'd be fun to search, and because I'm a Riddler trophy collector when it comes to the Batman stuff. So I mean, I have no qualms about trying to find it, but I didn't know that one, it's actually there to find, and two, it might be, I don't know, a little worth it. How do I show circle exit? Wait, so I'm gonna go towards the exit. I'm doing it, Thomas. I'm doing it. Assuming you're still there. This is it. I'm gonna do it.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I don't know. Thomas. I'm checking my phone to see if you've commented, and for some reason it's not notifying me. I am crippled with indecision. Nope, you haven't said anything. Well, I'll just have to trust my guts then. What? Thomas is like, what? This is the exit. Do I leave or should I go for the trophies? The little, those guys. See the big guy? That was like a little trophy thing. There was not that trophy, but like little collectibles. There's like I got 1 of 6 collectibles. I went in here and I got a collectible. There are no trophies here. But what about? Well, yeah, there are no. What about these collectibles? What about those guys? And I need to go. Oh, okay. You have fun, Thomas. Thank you for joining. Now I have to look it up. Where are the 6 collectibles? In Stanley Parable 2. Okay, there are a lot, but they're not here. There's only one here. We're gonna have to go through the game a couple times to find the others. So we'll go do that. Okay. What is that? Who is that? Stanley? Evil Stan? What?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
What?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. version 2.
Whoa.
Who am I kidding, Stanley?
Oh, we have 2 holes. Look
This
at that.
isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work?
We literally just went full
Need
circle.
a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
This is gonna restart us. What? Oh, that's so cool.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a
gosh, the
big building
balloons.
where he was
The balloons.
employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
Oh my gosh,
call
all
a
these
meeting, or
fucking
even say
balloons.
hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? Stanley picked up the bucket.
Okay, I got the bucket. What?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I believe well, to be fair, I don't know what to do, but it does say that the next one is at the stairs that you take to your boss's room. Go down and look in the corner. So let's go left.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Okay, you sack of shit. This bucket and I, we go way back.
Okay,
I remember...
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Property.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
My friend is now my property, apparently.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
Oh my god.
That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
A wide variety. I can't even speak. I can't even... Okay.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I'm sorry, Broomy. He didn't mean it. I know you didn't mean it either. I just have a bucket. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Can I go back in? No, okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Bottom of the stairs in the corner. Aha!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Alright, let me see what the others locations. The executive bathroom, the warehouse, take the right door at the fork and go straight forward. Okay, so I can get 2 by going to the boss. Apparently there's some warehouse. I have no idea what the warehouse would do for me at a certain point. But I can go to the bathroom. Apparently there is one in here.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay. So I believe I can't get... So that like 4 and 6 are in some sort of warehouse, wherever that is. But there is one in here after I type in
Stepping
the
into
code.
his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
See, it
indication
was-
of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, it says here, this is like from the boss's office, the studio door, look on the opposite wall from the elevator. Aha, there it is.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Well, let me see. I have to go to a warehouse. See, I have to go, so like, in the warehouse, take the right door at the fork, then go straight forward to find the collectible, climb onto the boxes to the left of the yellow platform, and drop down to the hidden wooden path. I don't know how I'm supposed to climb boxes when I can't jump, but what do I know?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I don't know what would be quicker. But I guess I could just go for what he wants, because this is technically his, ride. Hey, I don't have my bucket with me. Oh, there it is. Okay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Well, let's just get to it. We'll just go for, I guess, the happy ending, because I think that'll be quicker.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like
bucket.
this, and
It's
very
no longer
nearly
me,
burst
it's just
into
the
tears
bucket.
as
Okay.
Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Okay.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
I have no idea.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. First, he wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What?
Wait, what?
What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What? Oh my gosh. Which phone is that? Oh.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
What? Where is it gonna... Is there just gonna be like a forklift that's just gonna ram into here with a bunch of boxes? What a... Also, there's no narrator. What happened to the narrator? Do I take the bucket with me? What happens if I don't? I guess I should, shouldn't I? I'll leave it for now. I can always go back.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I need to get to a warehouse.
Well, perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, this is the warehouse.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh my gosh, there it is. There's one. Let me see. But there's my little, there's the collectible.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
I should have...
There's someone
Oh crap,
you've been
I should
neglecting,
have
Stanley. Someone you've
climbed the
forgotten.
box. That's what it meant. I need to climb the boxes.
Stop trying to make every decision by
Wait a minute,
yourself.
there's a little hole there.
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
What if I do this? Okay, nope, okay. Well, alright then. Alright. Sure, can't hurt. Let's figure this out.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Well, yeah, I can. I have trust my faith in my fiance. I can do that.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
427.
Right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
No, wait. No, wait, you...
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Why is the chair here?
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
What
Now
if I don't?
he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Okay, nothing happens if I press a different button. Okay.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own
TV just
job.
went away.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. Fuck it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How
It's
can
just
I
that there's
tell him
nothing
in a
else to
way that he'll
do.
understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How
I'm
can I
not.
get him to see what I see? How can
I'm
I
not
make
trying
him
to.
look at himself?
Well, I'm just not. It.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I did not press a button. Okay, I didn't press a button. But that's a fun ending. Let's go try
All of his co-workers
again
were gone. What could it mean?
to.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It was probably let's.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Wait,
doors,
I have to go.
he entered the
Yeah,
door
this
on
way.
his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
I
knew
almost
it
went the wrong
perfectly
way.
well.
Goodness.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Hey.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
There's apparently a catwalk here. Yes, there is. There's so many possibilities. Maybe if I, Whoa, what?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
What? I didn't. Well, okay, let's do that again. Let's get the last one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? Wait. This feels
When Stanley
different.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Screw that.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Huh.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah. I can do this.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really?
Yes.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay. I went through the area.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, hey.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This
Thank
is
you.
doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
I thought that was an ending. Wait, wait, did I miss something? Hold on, I'm just gonna double check. Wait. Okay, so once it resets, apparently it'll be good. What door am I going through? Blue?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time
Hey, there's
into
another
that?
entrance there.
I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I'm supposed to always go against him, right?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful.
Okay.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh, wait.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
4 hours? I gotta click on this darn thing for 4 hours? No, I can't do that. Not now, at least.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha!
Oh,
fascinating.
this is another game that
What do you think
Mark
this game
played.
is about, Stanley? What's our backstory?
You're like a
What is our
firefighter or something like
motivation?
that.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for
I
some
thought it
sort
was
of
like
twisted
I'm trying to
erotic
stop forest
purpose.
fires.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go. I wish I could run.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What do you mean it can't be?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh,
What?
thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of
I
the
love
woods
open
now,
world
Stanley.
stuff.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Like a maze?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly
Rocket
what I
League?
had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any
Rocket League?
possibility that you could get lost here.
This
Now
has to be
this
new.
is game design.
This is Rocket
Stanley,
League. This
if you
has
manage
to
to
be
get
new.
lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
This has to be new. Unless this
Okay,
is...
so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my gosh, it's actually Rocket League. And I've never even played Rocket League, so this is my first Rocket League experience. I like blue. Hold on. So I'm gonna go towards that. Yeah. Boop.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Are
Is
you
it better
winning,
than my
son?
miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
It is
Stanley, I
Rocket
have a
League. This
thought.
has to be new.
And I
then.
realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Oh my gosh, they're everywhere. I'm not good at this. Oh my gosh. You know, you're right here. Come on. I can do this at least, right?
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having
I don't
fun?
know. I guess
Is
a
this
little bit.
real video game? Well, I sure hope
I
you're having a
guess.
good time, because guess what? It's over. That's
What?
right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
I remember back in the olden days that because I remember when I watched Mark Let's Faith, I'm pretty sure it went to Minecraft. That was the hype back then. And it still is today. I don't know why it's not Minecraft. I would have much preferred Minecraft. This is bull crap. I know Rocket League's a little bit more popular, but still. What am I supposed to do? Nope, can't go there. Alright, that's just fun. Do I just restart? Hold on, let me just... what do I do? What? One of the... Oh! I'm sorry for that delay. I didn't know. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. I guess I should have thought of that. I need to go down one of these little goal holes and see if that does anything. Fun stuff, fun stuff. Whee!
Hold on. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh. I think we're in the back room, boys. What? Ooh, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Cool. Okay. Hey, it's my room. Hey. What am I supposed to do now? This is my room. This is me. That is it, right? What am I hate how I have to look this up. There should be a hint of some sort. Okay. What?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Well, goodness, I was wanting to do that, puppy thing and try to actually do the game, but it's 4 hours. I don't know if I can do that. I mean, I could play a game for 4 hours, but to do that tedious work, I feel like it's just a waste of time. Hey, I did a reset. I thought we were supposed to go to the
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Okay, so here we are.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Sure.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Can't hurt to do that, yeah.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
The boss's bathroom was the second one. The third one wasn't even in the boss's office. It was... No, wait. Yeah, it is this way. Yeah, boss, yep, it is this. Because we found the second one under the stairs, yep.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
That can't be right.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
If you say so, but I don't... It looks cool though. I mean, it looks great. I don't know what this has to do with anything.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my gosh. By the narrator. Oh my gosh, it's... Did it record? Oh no, it didn't record. I was like, maybe, what if it's instead? It's like an old, 2008 video. Best boys.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, it all goes the same. Okay.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Okay. Well, there goes that ending, I guess.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Okay. I wonder what happens if I fall. I probably would ruin the ending, so I should probably just listen. Be stuck with another ending that I didn't want.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
It is a solid room. It is the ultimate of the rooms. And it's pink. Can't go wrong with that.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I think we're on to like the last couple.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I
do.
remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Because you can't move forward. You can't spend all your time dwelling on the
The
past.
very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Well, we were back here. There was the hole.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
You can't make more memories if you don't go into the future. Then what's the point?
Yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Okay.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, no. Goodness is different, so we're still
All of his
okay.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I guess so.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Maybe we can go through the red door this time. See if it's anything
I
good.
realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place... No, wait. Where are you going?
I was getting bored.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No! Oh, thank God. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
No, this is kind of boring. It's just not really anything.
No, perhaps not. My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No, this is just an ending that I need to get. Oh my gosh.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
I am getting a kind of kick out of it.
Along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
We get along in the beginning.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Yep.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm going back.
Okay, I wonder what's gonna happen now that it's restarting. Oh, we're back. Okay. I thought for a moment that it was gonna do something
All
crazy
his
because
co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
yeah, it was. Yep.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So you go through the stuff on the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Let's not answer the phone. Go to the phone. We won't
Stanley
answer
was so
it, then
bad
we'll
at
do
following
this.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
I'm not that
to
worried.
put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been
You're
waiting.
lying to me. You just wanted to tell me about how my life's basically meaningless.
That's her, Stanley. You... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You
Oh,
actually
it's just right there.
chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
What?
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Oh my gosh, is it 4:30?
Excellent.
I'm supposed to have a back,
Making
sack, and
choices on
crack.
a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making
Oh
process.
my god.
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Whoa, what about the... Okay. Well, I guess we'll just go back to the beginning. Why not?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Okay, fine. Well, I guess we still go to the left one.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
No, wait, no, don't do that. I don't... Oh... What is... What?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Maybe at heart, but I don't know.
My story...
We'll just reset.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
I know I'm
exactly
awful.
as Stanley would.
I'm
that
stubborn.
Means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
I'm stubborn.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
I don't know what that was.
Responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
All right, fine. I'll do left.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
We're still in the ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Whoa.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Got the Nightshade 115, whatever, Night Shark 115, whatever it was.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Okay, yeah, this ain't working.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I can't.
You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
That's the end of the game?
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision.
I know I didn't do every ending.
It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
Sorry, Leroy.
I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
So, oh, what?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Why is there papers everywhere? Is this just a random glitch, I guess? Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting
I guess
room,
I do
and
still
Stanley
need to
knew it
fall
perfectly
down.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh, goodness, that's just about everything except for
all of his co-workers were gone.
Oh, there's the glitch.
Stanley
How do I do that?
To go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Four, three, four, 3.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, there we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd
There we
broken
go.
the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
I mean,
Why
it's
don't we
alright.
take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Yes.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Wait, so I have to restart my own? Okay, fine. Gosh, making me do it all by myself? Oh, hello.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Well, that kind of doesn't make sense. Alright, let's see this.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly.
I like the music.
Must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Oh, that was sweet. Oh, he's playing it again, isn't he? Well, I think we got it. I think we got it. But now, it's the ultimate test.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
That genuinely scared me, honestly.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're
what in the
bucket.
world?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
Wait, the bucket
No,
doesn't...
Said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
Okay, you know what this is?
This stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
I'm getting some serious...
Stanley, you did it.
What?
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
I get it now. It's a trope about fantasy games like Elden Ring and Skyrim, right? It's kind of attacking my, even the own stories.
There, Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
As I was saying, I think it's a trope on that. Made me think of all the crazy stuff that happens in the Great Turkey, the holiday series.
All seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Thank God I grinded to get this sword of bucket smiting.
Yes,
yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I think that's what it's kind of...
Perhaps it truly was. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh my gosh. The bucket. I've gone through all the regular endings, except for the one where I had to
pull... All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
So, I've gone through all the regular endings.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his...
I haven't done them with the bucket, I guess.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
I'll get something. Well.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket.
Shut up and take my money.
Because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
I was not expecting a horror game today. I mean, I like horror, I just wasn't expecting it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
I know, come on.
He'd never be alone again, not truly alone.
Let's see if we can do the guided ending. I think that should work.
Tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
Go here.
So the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
The bucket.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place.
What
eventually.
in the world?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Hello, Broom. I missed you. Mwah. I don't care about you two. You guys are weird and creepy. You're like my fake wife, and you're a baby that's going to try to keep me there for 4 hours. Good God. I'd hate to do that.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No, I
can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley.
No, I don't need it. I don't
know. The bucket.
No.
And then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
What's happening?
Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and quick.
Oh. I probably should have sacrificed the bucket. I screamed. The broom closet was my first crush.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
So wait, do we need to go back and give it the bucket? I bet you we do. Okay. If I go back and they don't let me destroy the bucket, like this was all just like part of the script, like no matter what.
Through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this, the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
I want to tell you if it's part of the script.
No.
Yeah, I want you to tell me. I don't want to waste my time.
It was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Tell me if I'm wasting my time, because I'll go back. I'll literally go back and put the bucket in if it has any type of difference of, more content. Okay, it is. Okay.
And so the two of them
okay, let's do it. Yeah,
the
sounds good.
Section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I mean, I can't do everything. Like, I can't do that 4-hour baby game. I cannot do that. It is not stimulating enough for me. I can't. I'm not going to make you sit here and watch me push a baby for 4 hours.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel.
Like there's nothing different.
Favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm
You'd
the one who gave
love
you
to
the
watch
bucket,
me
but you're
sit
spending
there
too
and
much
for
time
4
with it.
hours
Don't you
click
want
a
another
button.
story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure
I'd have
Line
to.
somewhere
Okay.
new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh, well.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Content.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
4
It's
hours.
as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're
For
going to
4
have to give
hours?
something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Yeah, come on.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
Nothing changes here. I don't know if you read that. I'm joking. I don't have time to watch you for 4 hours. Yeah, I was like, so he literally just holds it to himself. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I made the mistake. But not only would I have to do it for 4 hours to get the original ending.
This was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here
I don't know if I want to do it for 4 hours.
No.
So you're a blue kind of guy. Who the fuck picks blue? I didn't pick blue. I picked white.
To go back to the meeting room.
I'm not a blue... Okay. It is imperative that you know. You can go back into the live stream and look at that exact moment. I picked white, and he said, you know, whenever you pick, you tell someone to make a decision that you realize what you actually wanted to do, which is true. I've done that many times to many people, and it is very... I now that I'm on the side of that, I realize how awful that is. It's like when it's like, oh, what do you get? And you say, oh, I like the orange soda. Then you say...
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
It forced it to be blue, okay? It forced it. I didn't choose blue. I thought white was much more funny.
All the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he...
Hey, keep telling yourself, you can...
The bucket asked.
There, Blaze... Have you done the collectibles? Yes, I have done the collectibles. It's all in this exact live stream. You can go back and watch it.
Go into this dark room over here.
I promise
Stanley
you.
once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
There's one main thing you have... Okay. I have done the glitch.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely
I haven't done the cheating
the
yet.
comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
I have dinner now, but I'll be back there. This is my favorite bucket getting by.
Just
Okay.
in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well?
Bucket?
To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
I feel like this is like my cat Precious. She always is somewhere else. Every day when I go to see her, she's always hiding somewhere else.
Well,
she's always
Stanley,
in a flower pot,
listen to me.
hiding under a shelf.
A bucket. It can't think.
I have to and I have to call for her and she'll meow. Sometimes I can't find her.
A liquid from one location
Where's the
to a
bucket?
different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Maybe it is in there. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. His stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
Yep.
From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
More
like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
It is more capable than just any regular bucket.
God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Yep.
Why do I feel so
Maybe
need
it's
to
my
point out the
bucket.
ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
It honestly makes me think of the War of the Bucket in history. Like, I think it just makes this is their mindset.
Feelings for the bucket.
You know, I'm starting to see the appeal of this bucket. Yeah, I know, right?
Hear what the bucket
The
has
bucket's
to say.
in the bedroom,
Anything
guys.
What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
The
Perhaps
bucket,
if I had
where
the
we
bucket,
sleep
this
in the
would
same
be
bed
less
together.
confusing.
Oh, this is so romantic.
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley,
Look at all
give
the
me the
candles.
bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Fuck it, bucket. Go back to work. Okay, I'll go back to work. Whatever you want, bucket. All right, new day.
All of his co-workers were gone.
There apparently is something else that I need to do.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. A
Please.
good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley
If I
clutched
go-
the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not
If
the
I,
correct
what if
way
I
to the meeting
unplug?
room, but Stanley had felt the bucket
What if I
calling to
unplug
him,
the phone
telling
instead of
him
listening
that
to the bucket?
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I love how instead of making something new, they just had
said
a
the
bunch of
bucket.
if and then
Don't
clauses,
go to the
which is pretty
meeting
cool.
room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again
Alright,
obeyed
let's unplug
blindly.
the phone this time.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh goodness.
Oh, no,
You must have
I'm really-
bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously.
I was taking you very seriously.
Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Oh my gosh, no, you're not.
What is comedic timing?
Of course, there is.
comedic
Okay.
timing? How does it work?
Okay.
How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more
Man
than
gets
76
seduced
degrees
by talking
Fahrenheit,
about him while the
with
voice
one
in
of
his
your
head tries to
arms
convince
raised
him to
straight
do it.
upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, Provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then
I'm
spell
going to
out
tell
your
you
name
a
a second
joke.
time. With these
You will
steps
laugh
complete,
in the next
it's
90
time to begin the
seconds.
humor.
That is when you will
Speak the
begin to
entire
laugh.
joke
My
in
name
no
is
more than
spelled
18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations
you are able to laugh now.
which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally,
was my silence an excellent joke?
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random.
See, he's laughing. He paid attention to the video. Dilbro is
you'll have
the perfect audience for a joke.
In no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp.
Oh yes, of course, Dilbro, you can stop laughing now. You can stop laughing now. It's okay. You can stop.
Fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very
we gotta
existence.
apparently start a war.
Die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them.
I can't breathe. Okay, I'm done. I'm glad that you were able to survive.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
For rule of Britannia. Oh my gosh. Now I gotta get through all this again. Oh, this better be really funny with the bucket. If it's not, I'm gonna be disappointed.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well,
I think we'd just be trying to do a story.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Come on, narrator, show me the funnies. Make sure to raise your arm. Make sure to tell us the time to laugh. And say your joke. And make sure that you're done with the funny. You're Dunny with the funny.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
What?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back.
No, you better not. No, you better not make. No.
Here we go. You ready?
Okay.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of
we're going left. Last time I did this, it was just a loop. It was just a loop. So I'll go left. That's fine.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. Getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of it. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
We just need more instructional videos, guys.
More instructional videos.
Sorry, Leroy. Oh. Well, there we go. That wasn't too bad.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it
We're
look
getting
like?
close to ending
It was
this.
a computer. The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was
Now that
not
I'm finished with that pathetic vessel, I shall begin my
Stanley
conquest
had
of
felt
the
the bucket
ceiling.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, I just need to go down to the catwalk. That's all.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think
I think
about
the
this
red one's
obvious
quicker,
fact.
so we'll go with
He
red
was
first,
firmly
and then we'll
convinced
go with
that
blue.
the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Because red should be
No,
quicker.
stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
What sign?
If that's true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding
No
could have
buckets
dire
past this
consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
I have a sticker for that. That yellow sticker is supposed to remind me that this is a bucket. I don't. Okay, I see how it is. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
I don't know if I should be accurate or not.
Is this a bucket?
Alright, I got. Is this a bucket, guys? Is this a bucket? Dilbert, I'm depending on you. I have no idea. I didn't study for this test. I have no idea. But I know, Dilbert, you study like every night. Yep, yeah. You think this is a bucket? We're probably going to have to go through this again to see. Okay, we'll go with yeah.
Incorrect. It is
What?
a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Okay, is that a bucket? Is this a bucket? Will it bucket? Can it carry the water? Dilbro, I'm having to call a friend. Okay, real quick. I just have to call a friend real quick. Okay, Dilbro, what is this a bucket? Dilbro, you're the friend that I decided to call for this. Yes. Okay, we'll go with yes.
Incorrect. Oh. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh my gosh. This is it.
Is this a bucket?
Is this a bucket, Dilbro? Dilbro, is this a bucket? We need to decide. I don't know how many times we're going to go through this, but we need to decide on if this is a bucket or not. I don't know if we can better look at. No, we cannot better look at it. So it's bucket or no bucket. No bucket. Okay.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Somehow I knew that was what that was going to do.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
I think it's a bucket, guys.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Okay, that was that. I disagree. I think that's a bucket right there. That's a whole ass bucket. Oh my gosh.
Is this a bucket?
Yes, it is a bucket.
Correct.
What?
This is a bucket.
That one got me good. We got one right.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Sure.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? Told you.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one.
It's number 7.
Around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
You're a bucket.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay.
What? No. No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket? Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right.
Does that mean I'm not Dill Bucket? You can be whatever bucket you want to be, Dilbro. Okay, I mean Dill Bucket. I don't want to offend. I think that should be the only ending.
Thought to himself, am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is... The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched
I think
the
that's
bucket
it. I think if I go back, it'll be the same, like, conclusion. I think. So I'll go with left right now. You don't feel like a bucket. Well, that's okay. You just whatever you feel like.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
5, 3, 2, 1. Going once, going twice. Nada. Okay, we'll leave. All right, let's go downstairs.
Through the staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now
I'm running away.
The rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped. It's so funny because this bucket is basically a middle finger to every person who criticized the Stanley Parable for being too confusing or too artsy or too philosophical.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
It was... They're like saying, it's like, oh, you don't like the freedom of choice, you don't like the confusing implications, you don't really get it. Well, here's a bucket for you. Cry me a river.
Still no one was here.
The bucket of
Stanley
comfort.
needed the
It's
bucket's
like,
warmth and comfort
it's making
now
fun of
more
all
than
the people
ever.
who...
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Well, this is what you said last time. Are we not going to board up the broom closet? Okay. That's sad.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I think there's only 2 more endings that I can do. And then that's really it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the
broom closet, best girl. Yes, I agree with that statement.
This is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yep. Here we are, bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Buckets are not overrated. How could you say such a thing?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
What in the world is this one? The bucket. Oh, I do really want to. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a carnivorous void, but through use of exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here with you out to the real world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? Good God. I swear, they were going to make a sequel, and they thought of this really funny gag about a bucket. And they just couldn't shut up about the damn bucket. I was like, I mean, the bucket's funny if you just go with it, but good God.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Captured on camera the footage of his catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria of exposure to this many buckets at once. That's pretty funny. But it's just like this. At what point does the gag become unfunny? Our cover for nobody wishes. River so powerfully learned that it drove dozens of nations to war with one for another for control of billions. Oh, this is like the War of the Bucket. Okay, yeah, I remember learning about that in history.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oh, I want to go back there. The hanging bucket. Clear on aggressor, but maybe there's more to this out of reach. This just. Okay. Oh, can I? Okay. Do I? What? Oh, hey. Oh. I got my bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Well, that happens. Well, I guess that's it for that.
Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
That was pretty inappropriate for children, you know, killing a bucket. Good God, it is funny, but it's like the turkey. I always fear about keep making mods with the Great Turkey. I was just like, at what point does the gag of a turkey running around, kicking everyone's ass, beating the crap out of people, get a little old?
Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley
one more ending that I'm going to go for. Or no, there is another one. Or no, there isn't. I can't do the 4-hour cat thing. I can't with the bucket. It won't let me. Yeah,
Stanley
right.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
The turkey becomes...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it what he said?
So I can answer your question quickly.
Guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Becomes old. Well, I don't know, how long do turkeys live for? I don't actually know how long they live for. But the thing about the Great Turkey is that he's not a normal turkey, he's a holiday character. It's like how long before Santa Claus gets old, or the leprechaun, or Uncle Sam, who's technically dead right now, I'm pretty sure. I mean, he kind of, I don't know, exploded. That was pretty
straight ahead through the large door that read,
but it's not like they ever got old.
Facility.
I mean, what do I know, but still.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
I just don't know how long it becomes because of the joke. I guess that's what you mean, not actually physically. How long before the turkey becomes old and people start celebrating? That's true. I think I get what your point.
The monitors jumped.
I don't know.
And Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
After I'd finished the holiday series, after I finished it, that Thanksgiving, it wasn't. I finished the mod of the day, but I had crappy Wi-Fi. I had to wait until another day to upload it. I think. When I had better Wi-Fi, but
had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feet.
When I finished it, I'd made the kind of pondering that...
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it.
Okay.
His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I was afraid that the joke would get old. I mean, I was afraid the turkey would get old.
But here was
like, as a joke. That people would be like, the turkey, who cares?
Controls labeled with emotions.
So, you know, I made 11 mods. I think every single one had the turkey in it.
Eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What? Fly.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
I like flamingos.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Well, all right. What should I... Oh, well, that's it. Fun. So as I was saying, with the Great Turkey, I always was worried about when the joke would get old. I didn't think the holiday series itself would have gotten old too much because I always each episode was a new holiday creature. So, when it came out, you had something new, but you always had the turkey there. And I was really worried that you guys would get tired of the turkey because it's like there's only so many times you can laugh or enjoy it. And so after the 11 mods, we got to Thanksgiving, I ended it. Everyone was like, "What? No, it's got to come back, right?" And people were in the comments, and it's like, "So when is it got to come back?" It's like it says that he will come back eventually. And I was like, "Yeah, I give it some time because." I don't know. And then the next year came along, and while I was making all these mods for the Children of the Institute, Bree, my fiance, was talking to me about it, and I always pondered to myself, I was like, I wonder how Lucy's doing. I really love the character Lucy, the little chick, and I like Snoopy, and I miss writing those characters, those animals, because they're cute and friendly. And so that's probably why I had Lucy appear in the Stalker timeline in one of the Stalker shorts, not as a chick, but as a human, because I just missed the character a lot. And so around November, I was planning on doing, I don't know if I'll probably not make it, but I remember I had this crazy idea on Thanksgiving that I was going to release a mod of the Great Turkey attacking the Founding Fathers. Because in American history, Benjamin Franklin wanted the turkey to be the national bird, but everyone said, no, that's stupid, let's do the eagle, the bald eagle. And I was like, oh, the turkey would be pretty mad about that. He'd probably attack the Founding Fathers. And maybe we could make the sprites into Founding Fathers. Maybe Monica would represent George Washington or something like that. But I never went through with it. Randomly, I just got this idea to make the Black Friday mod. Because Romeo, because he was in the stream earlier, and he's a friend of mine. We had come up with a weird joke called. He was talking about a character that he likes, and I was doing impressions, and I was just doing some improv with it, and we came up with this character named Brain Dead Jared. So I took that character along with Romeo as a reference character. And I was like, well, this could really be something. And so I've now implemented them in that mod. And then that's grown into the new characters that you've seen in the new episode with Kamuko, Cassie, and Tina. So I've added a lot more new to kind of help with the fact that there is still old stuff. So that's who Brain Dead Jared was. Yeah, he is a character. He's there. He's new. Well, the thing about Brain Dead Jared and Romeo is that they're new characters. I didn't mean to confuse anyone with who he was. He is just simply Brain Dead Jared. That is his name. He is Brain Dead Jared. That's what you'd call him. He's Brain Dead Jared. You can just call him Jared if you want. But Jared and Romeo, those are your characters. And there's something, as you can see, very sinister about Romeo and Jared. that you can see from the first 2 episodes in this continuation of the holiday series, and I'm really excited about what I have in store for that. But, it's something new, some new stuff to kind of keep you invested in what's going on. That was the idea. And I really like that. But, and I have it all planned out. But I know that some people were a little bit confused. But I was just like, I don't know how to better clarify.
Was Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I don't know how to better clarify that situation in the mod. I mean, they will return whenever that happens, because as in the first mod, you kind of get to see who Brandon, Jared, and Romeo is, and they give the turkey 1 year to get Lucy, or they say 1 object of value, and now the Great Turkey is after Lucy. That's what we know. That's all we got. Why, who, what, where, when, whatever. Just something more sinister is going on. I'm super excited about it. But, of course, now the main focus is Bernerk's Doki Doki Adventure. I've got it all written out. I've got a kind of like a screenplay to go by. It's not really a script. It's just like I know what scenes need to take place in what order. And I'm still making some minor touches to it before I start coding, but I'm really excited for that too.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Actually, I didn't even think what I was doing. I need to see if the only thing I could think of to do is the cheating ending. It is exclusive to the HD remake. It doesn't happen in this, so I can't access it here. I don't know. I can look up some trophies, see if there's anything else that we can do. Trophies. And if you have any questions, things you want to talk about, channel-wise or whatever, we can as well. Trophies. Let's see. This says you want to get a speed run out of the way. You'll need to complete the freedom ending under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. This is going to just be a little bit tricky if you don't know what you're doing.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all.
Yeah,
he seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
There's an epilogue? Where would I get the epilogue? I don't know how I would do that. Set all settings sliders in the menu to all the available. None of these seem really interesting other than just completing the game. Apparently there's an epilogue. Let me see. If I have to do that 4-hour thing to get the epilogue, I'm not doing it. I don't know. It's not necessary. I mean, I know there are playthroughs Wait, do you actually have to wait? No, I don't think I have to. I think it has something to do with my settings that I have to change. And I'm a bit tired. I mean, I've listened to that guy ramble on and on for a pretty long time. But, so unless that epilogue is something amazing, and I've seen roll credits twice, I feel like I've finished this darn game. You ignore the bucket. I'm proud to know that may take it some effort. Yeah, I ignored the bucket because I did all the bucket endings. I mean, I think that was pretty much it. I don't know if there's anything else I even could do if I wanted to. I don't know. I think that's it. Unless Blaze did say he wanted me to do something, so if Blaze is the one who just popped back on, I see that we have another viewer. I don't know if that's true or not, but if he's there, or she, or whoever, I don't want to offend. Anyhow, if they are there, and they can tell me what they wanted me. I don't know what they said. They like something I wanted to try. I hear a phone ringing. Let's listen to that.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327
I already did this. Okay.
Your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent.
Yep, totally.
Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Fun stuff. I don't even know. I don't know if it's worth it, but yeah, there's a lot of exciting things. I know there's mod-wise. And I'm still worried. There's a reason that, this latest holiday series, episode is, I think, the first one to actually not have the Great Turkey in it. I think I'm pretty accurate in that assessment. I think every single other one has the Great Turkey in it. This one doesn't, and it's because I am worried about the idea that the Great Turkey has become boring. I know that people like the character, though, enough that they wanted a return, and after a year of not seeing anything of the turkey, I knew that a return wouldn't be as, droll. But also, it's I can't... How many ways can you have a turkey attack a literature club and still make it entertaining? I don't know. And which is why I added the new characters and new plots. Spice things up. But I'm also excited for the Bruno Stoker adventure. I got most of that figured out. I had an idea for a character to be introduced in the series, and I know how I want them to be introduced, but I have nothing else for them in the series. I don't know what to do with their story after that, so I still gotta figure that out. But everything else is on the board. I think it all works beautifully. I think it'll it's a lot. I always think it's add more. It's maybe I should add some more scenes where we get to see the gravity of what the Institute's doing, or more of this or that. Or maybe it's I remember I always would keep going back and being well, we need to see more of this character. Each character needs to have their own time so that we can, the people can develop their favorite characters and their least favorite characters, and have more intricate lore when it comes to each character. And I was it was getting more and more excessive, and I was I need to stop. Each character at least has one scene, one or two scenes where they are there, they are present, they do something. But I can't have everyone be a main focus, even for just one character. Each character has that's the problem with so many. That's the problem with so many characters. I can't have them all be up front and center to go into their psyche. But one of them I really should change to have more of it. She's there, but there's nothing to add to her. She's kind of had her arc. There's certain things I want to do with my character. Each character, they have a goal, an arc. well, not really an arc, just like they have a point in the story to either move it to progress it, or to make you feel something, or to make you think about something. Ollie, Yvonne, her character is going to make you think about a parent completely disregarding their child, becoming a person who you would once see as thoughtful, very intelligent, careful, then turned into a mad woman, and then turned into a depraved person, a person who had lost all of their integrity and their self-respect to an extent because of what Dr. Ollie did to her for disrespecting him. Just for disrespecting. She didn't really do anything against him. She had just doubted him and disrespected him, and he left her in a cell for over a week with no real supplies other than the basic water to keep her alive, to teach her a lesson. And it messes with you. It messes with her. She's a different person, and I do want to show that. I want to show all these different things. But of course, this is all a huge setup. We're in a stage. You ever see like Harry Potter or Star Wars, and you start kind of like going through these motions of, that's what simping is. Yeah, it is. She's simping him because he's at this point he's the only thing that's real, just like Monica did with MC and whatnot. And he just has. At first Ollie had a goal of escaping, and with the Literature Club making that more and more difficult, his goals have changed from putting that escape on the back burner, because even if the door was wide open for him to escape, even if it was wide open and he could just leave, he couldn't. He just couldn't. His ego and his hatred couldn't allow him to do it. He needs to get revenge on the Literature Club. He needs to teach him a lesson. He needs to show him who's boss. He needs to kill them and make them suffer because of all the stuff that they've put him through. And he doesn't think about all the stuff he's put them through, of course, but that's his flaw. But that's his flaw. He's changed. And the warden's still around. Well, warden unknown, who knows what's going on behind the mental capacity of that interference. I mean, after Children of the Institute, it seems that the warden was never really the warden anymore, which is really interesting. I was rewatching some of my old mods, and I was like, so crazy. Now you kind of see they were there all along. Kind of like when Monica was revealed to have always known what was going on the entire time. It's kind of interesting to see how that plays out. Because for the most part, I planned out the entire Stalker timeline. Except for, I didn't have all the fine details out, but I had all the main events planned out. In general, around the time that I started making Gone Missing. By the time I started making Gone Missing, I had like a bare bones, like just a couple of good ideas for these series, and that was it. And as time progressed, I got more and more ideas. And I think it's turned into something really cool. It's crazy. It's going to end soon. That's the thing, like with Harry Potter, you see like the first two, movies, right? That's like Stalker and Gone Missing, and it's more lighthearted, there's more comedy, there's more sarcasm, and it sets up the stage. And then Corruption hit, and it's like the third and fourth movies where it takes that darker turn. People start dying more often, people you care about. And then you have this series and the finale, which will be Doki Doki War. And that's going to be like, the series grows up with you. The series changes into something more because it starts off with your foundation and it builds up on it. I mean, each new series, even if it's a prequel or not, it builds on what we already know from past series. And it's become darker and it's become more serious, and we see how much kind of the theme of doing what's right in the face of adversity is up front for these characters, and the real sacrifice that a lot of characters have made and are going to have to make. And I'm super excited for that. You don't get this kind of depth when it comes to the Great Turkey. It's just goofy, fun stuff for the most part. But even the Great Turkey, like even now, like that whole first series was a lot more lighthearted, and now it's like slowly turning because I mean, at least for the time, I mean, I'm pretty confident Uncle Sam, at least that version of him, is dead. Like at the ending of that mod, the newest one for the holiday series, he explodes into a firework. He's dead. It's a little left to the mystery because there's a little bit more at play there. But for all intents and purposes, that's at least something much more serious than what would ever happen originally. It needs to have gotten much more serious because something much more sinister is at play all over the place. And I'm so excited for it. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for it. We have tons of series coming out, tons of new things. I can't wait to finish Stalker so I can move on to different projects that I've been just kind of like having on the back burner for when I finish Stalker. Because I want a multiverse. That would be fun. Oh my gosh, that would be fun. There's just so many ideas, and oh my gosh, I'm so excited for different ideas and different mods to make. And it's all just stepping stones, but it's so much fun to just think about what you, Dilbro, you and everyone else as a viewer will think of it. You know, I make scenes and I think about how I would react if I saw it. And I take liberties. I do know that, like, I know, like you said earlier, like you were confused about Brain Dead Dude. I take liberties. I make the assumption that you'll kind of just know. I don't want to, like, I know a lot of, like, writing in general can sometimes baby their viewers, and sometimes I'm reading, I'm like, okay, I get the idea. You don't need to kind of hold my hand through this part. I get what you're trying to aim at, and I get what you're trying to tell me. You don't have to spend another paragraph explaining what you actually meant. I get the reference. I read the last book or whatever. So I don't try to explain too much about who the Great Turkey. I mean, you guys know the Great Turkey. You know Uncle Sam. And when there's new characters, I make the assumption that, you know, when that happens, you know, you just take in as you see it, and you learn as you read. But even then, you know, some people still get confused. I mean, in the comments, I can see it, you know, in every mod, people have questions, loopholes, plot holes, different little things that they want answers for. And there is an answer. I've thought about it enough that I know, even if it's not clearly seen, that I can give an answer. And if it was something that really is just a plot that I didn't even think about it, I would admit it. I mean, I'm not perfect. But I love writing, trying to think of in the viewer's shoes. And gosh, the series has grown up. The series has become much more powerful. And I hope that this one and the last one will very much move you. And you won't hate me, but you'll, like... Because, I mean, at the end of the day, I think the main theme you get from all of it is trying to do what's right in the face of adversity. Each series has that main integral theme, no matter what it is. There's always a force telling you to just stop, to just don't do it, even though you know it's right, even though you know you should do it. It's just difficult. And the series just hounds on that theme, just like a lot of stories like it. And you know me, I always like a bittersweet ending. I like a good ending that most people probably wouldn't expect, hopefully. I don't know. I can't tell you too much, but that's all in the works. I'll probably release a trailer soon for the Bernard Story Doggy Adventure. That'll probably come out real soon, and we'll get the first episode out. I don't know if you're still here, Dobro, or anyone who's watching this future. I know no one will, which is why I don't really care if I say anything, because no one will listen, and it'll still be a surprise. I have a Valentine's Day mod idea. I talked over with Bree, and she thought it was really amazing. I scoped it all out. It's going to be super fun. I hope. I'm really excited. I'm testing out with the same thing I did last year. I just tell you what my mom just called. Oh. I'm testing out something. Last year when I made a Valentine's Day mod, it had 2 separate endings. You could choose the ending. It was amazing, right? You could choose to accept all the girls' confessions or to reject them all. And that were the 2 endings that I thought I needed to give, because I was not about to spend the next like days making 8 different like endings of you choosing all 8 different girls and going on separate dates with all of them, because for the most part those types of mods have already been done, and there's something I can think of that would be new. But I got a mod that for Valentine's that I'm really gonna like, that's gonna do kind of the same thing. There's gonna be choices. It takes great inspiration from Markiplier. You know how he has his, like, I don't know if you see Markiplier. I don't know if you know he has like the his like series, like where you like have a set event, but there's like choices you make at the end, and it leads to different little things. It's on a smaller scale, of course, because it's mods, but it's the same idea. Same idea. I took the inspiration, like a date with Markiplier. Yeah, like a date with Markiplier, except it would be like it's going to be a date with Bernurk, and it's going to be pretty goofy. It's going to have like, I have 11 endings planned out and many choices, and you kind of go through the same kind of thing that like Markiplier was doing, but mine's more simple. It's just for a cutesy little Valentine's Day thing, and it's just me making it. I don't have the resources that Markiplier does, but I think it's a really cool idea, especially to be implemented in a DDLC mod. So I'm super excited for that. I hope I can make it happen. It's a lot of choices, and I've only done choices once, and I did it a year ago. I've got to refamiliarize myself with it and make sure I don't screw it up. But I think it'd be a fun little thing to celebrate it, you know. Oh boy, I get to take the skeleton to a stick there. Yeah, you sure do. I'm super excited. I think it'll be a fun, cutesy little thing. Just to celebrate Valentine's Day. Probably like, you know, kind of a break in the middle of like the Doki Doki Adventure series. And there are other things coming out. I mean, there's collabs. Marvel fans got an idea that he pitched to me, and I really liked it, so we're collabing on that. Tyler TSWC, we collabed on an idea, and that's going to come out eventually. Yonder Game and I collabed on an idea, and we're going to release that. Nightwayne or Night Doki have a collab. That's going to come out too. He's got to get to work on his own mods to set up his own kind of like series before he can do that, though. So we both got things to do, of course. But we do have an idea. Really fun. Well, we got so many things, and there'll probably be more. I mean, it's potential that I could. I mean, I've already done a collab with, you know, Monica D, Diverse, and Yandere before. There'll probably be a similar effect. There's just so many cool things that we could do. And I have my own, of course, my own ideas. There's a couple series that I've been thinking about that I think ought to be interesting. And once I finish with Stalker, I don't know what I'll do with myself. I'll be like, I don't know what to I'll be like, I don't know which idea to choose first, but maybe I'll put it to a vote or something. I don't know. It's all going to come out. It's just when. But for now, let's get through Stalker, and we'll get through some of the holiday series, of course. That's very important. And there's a couple series of like a multiversal kind of stance that I wanted to make. I don't know when those would come out, but I have the ideas. Oh, there's so many good things. And that's just the mods. There's tons of live streams like this that'll still come out. I mean, this is it for Stanley Parable. It's a very fun game. I had a lot of fun. I giggled like a little bitch the entire night. But there will be other live streams. One of my resolutions was to make more live streams, and I'm trying to keep to that. And there'll be more of those. There will hopefully be other things on the Bernurk and Bernurka channel, a secondary channel that Bria and I have, where we can post whatever we want. It was my resolution is to post a certain like series that I really wanted to make that's nothing to do with DDLC mods. I wanted to branch out and do something that I thought I think I'm passionate about, and just make it. So I want to get that out. Tons of really cool things. I hope that make 2023 really exciting. But either way, thank you all for watching now and in the future, and I will see you all in the next live stream.